हेलो 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 hello, hello.
Mhm.
Hello. 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 Flying out. Hello. 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 hello, 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 hello.
Hello, hello.
Clear after the command. Every more hour clear after the mic is hello, 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 hello.
Hello. Hello. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hello, hello, check. Hello, hello. A very good morning to all present over here. A hearty welcome to all the dignitaries of the dais and a houseful faculty participation for this great faculty development program initiated by Centurion University of Technology and Management. I welcome all the dignitaries to take on their position on the dais. Request all of you to welcome our guest to come onto the stage with a great round of applause. As we know, lighting the lamp is a symbol of spreading light and knowledge in our lives. Darkness cannot drive out darkness. Only light can do so. Let us hope that brightness of education overcomes the darkness of division, injustice, and aggression in society and lead us to growth, prosperity, and equality. I would like to encourage our dignitaries on the dais to inaugurate today's program by kindling the lamp. Madam and sir, please. And also request the House to put on their electronic device on silent mode to avoid further distraction.
आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते
Thank you so much. I also like to welcome all the participants who have joined online with us from different campuses of Centurion University of Technology and Management. It's my pleasure to introduce our guest of honor of this event, Faculty Development Program themed on Impact-Oriented Education, 2023. We have with us Professor Bansidhar Majhi as our guest of honor and eminent academician, the Vice Chancellor of Veera Surendra Sai University of Technology, Burla. A native of Sambalpur, Professor Majhi has served as a member of various accreditation committees such as National Board of Accreditation, National Assessment and Accreditation Council, a senior member of the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers, and a life member of Computer Society of India. Professor Majhi was conferred with Samanta Chandrasekhar Award by the Odisha government in 2016. Professor Majhi was successfully produced 17 PhD scholars and 8 Master of Science students, guided also more than 150 MTech theses. I, on behalf of Centurion University of Technology and Management, would like to extend a warm welcome and thank you for taking time to be with us online in spite of having an emergency meeting. We welcome you, sir, to this faculty development program. Have you joined?
Yeah, good morning to all of you and thank you very much.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
We are honored to have with us the presence of our guest of honor, Professor Karunakar Nanda, one of the top scientists in the field of applied science, who has recently taken over the charge of Director, Institute of Physics, Bhubaneswar. Before joining as Director at Institute of Physics, Professor Nanda served India's one of the premium research institute, namely the Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, in different capacities for 16 long years. Professor Nanda has published more than 150 research papers and featured in the world's top 2% scientist in 2020 in the category of applied physics published by Stanford University researchers. He has received many accolades for his research contribution, namely the prestigious JSPS Invitation Fellowship by JSPS, Japan, MRSI Lecture Medal by MRSI, India, and Samanta Chandrasekhar Award by Odisha Bigyan Academy. Please join me hands in welcoming Professor Nanda to this faculty development program. We welcome you, sir. We are honored to have with us Professor Sripad Karmalkar. Professor Karmalkar is presently holding the position of Director at IIT Bhubaneswar. His contribution in the field of education is significant. He has received 2006 Vikram Sarabhai Award of Research, IBM Faculty Award for Research and Technology in 2007, VLSI Society of India Best Faculty Award in 2021 for contribution in the area of teaching, popularizing and creating some of the best minds in microelectronics in the last 30 years. And President's nomination to IIT Council for contribution in education, science, and technology. He has acted as a consultant to the industries for developing manufacturing processes for semiconductor devices. Please join me hands in welcoming Professor Karmalkar to this faculty development program. We welcome you, sir. We have with us Professor Supriya Patnaik, Vice Chancellor of Centurion University Technology Management, who needs no introduction for us. With her action, vision, and contribution, she is a well-known personality in teaching, research, and contributing towards social and community development. We have with us Professor Bishwajit Misra, Pro Vice Chancellor, Centurion University of Technology and Management. Again, a renowned person in the area of teaching, research, and quality education. We have with us Professor KVT Prakash, Dean, IQSE. Again, with a varied and vast, rich experience in teaching, research, and also developing processes for human resource and quality education in many aspects or many industries and even the teaching industry. We welcome you all. Now I would request Professor Bishwajit Misra, Pro Vice Chancellor, Centurion University of Technology and Management, to address the gathering and give great insight about this faculty development program, which is themed on impact-oriented education and how it is showing us the path forward in transforming the education and the society. Sir, please.
Thank you, Dr. Svetlana. Good morning, namaskar to one and all present over here, both physically and virtually. Distinguished guest on the dais, Honorable Professor Sripad Karmalkar, Director IIT Bhubaneswar, Professor Karunakar Nanda, Director Institute of Physics, our own Vice Chancellor, Professor Supriya Patnaik, Professor KVT Prakash, Dean IQSE, and Professor Banshidhar Majhi, Vice Chancellor, VSSUT Burla, who also joined online. Of the dais, our deans, faculty members, IQAC members, media persons, and others present here. Faculty members from Paralakhamundi campus, Bolangir campus, and Rayagada campus, also Vizianagaram campus, who have joined online. I welcome all of you to this inaugural session of 5 days faculty development program on impact-oriented education. We have 13 schools in 6 campuses at Bhubaneswar, Paralakhamundi, Bolangir, Rayagada, Baleswar, and Chhatrapur, besides our sister university at Vizianagaram, Andhra Pradesh. This program is conducted in hybrid mode, and more than 400 faculty members are participating in this program. There will be 16 sessions in total. Some of the sessions are common to all the faculty members of all the schools. Besides, the schools have their own sessions related to their field. Around 50 guests and resource persons are invited, both from academic and industry, to deliver their talk in this faculty development program. Coming to the theme of this FDP program, that is impact-oriented education, our university is being an skill university. This theme is in our heart and soul. Under the visionary leadership of our President, Professor Muktikanta Mishra, and Vice President, Professor D.N. Rao, from its inception, this university stressed on a 5P formula, that is practice, project, product, patent, and production. And this is being achieved through industry-driven, hands-on knowledge, experiential learning, and practice-linked pedagogy. Before NEP also, this has been the practice of our university to offer the course baskets to the students, which include the domain courses and skill courses. We believe that the impact of education must reach to the society. Education shapes the society into a better world. That's why the impact line or tagline of our university is shaping lives and empowering communities. Coming to the sessions aligned with this theme, which will be covered during these 5 days, include transformation of education through NEP, innovation in teaching pedagogy, course outcome, program outcome attainment in outcome-based education, professionalism and ethics, research methodology, writing a publishable manuscript, R&D, IP and innovation collaboration platform for university sustainability. And you know that after the COVID era, the topics like stress management and counseling and mentoring become more relevant nowadays. I hope that this program will be beneficial for our faculty members in their future growth and development. I again welcome all of you and want to give my sincere thanks to our leadership, Madam Vice Chancellor, Madam Registrar, all my colleagues, the deans, the faculties, the administrative staff, the supporting staff for their help and support in planning and implementation of this program. Thank you all. Namaskar and wish you a happy Rath Yatra. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I would request Professor Supriya Patnaik, Vice Chancellor of Centurion University, to address the gathering. Madam, please.
Thank you, Shruta. Good morning, dignitaries on the dais, online, and my colleagues. First of all, I'd like to welcome you to this event. This is the first of its kind that we are doing at Centurion University. And I think it's really, it's come with a bang. So we want to see that we'd have many more like this. We have got some of the best people in the field who are here today, who will share with you what is their experience in some of these things, because they've, like I said, we are the very late starters in this, but they're probably well ahead of us. So I look forward to them sharing and listening to some of what they have to say. Now, needless to say, I think faculty development is something that is essential for every organization, every institution, that we have to invest in our faculty. And this is part of that investment that we are thinking of. We've been doing things piecemeal, but for the first time we said that let us do something this large, which goes across all the faculty. And therefore we have taken this on. As you can see, there's also a very wide range of topics that we are looking at through this faculty development programs. So some which are across the university, and then there are school specific. And I was looking at some of the school specific topics. I think they're very fascinating that you've chosen to undertake some of the sessions in those topics. So it's wonderful that, for the first time also, I'm seeing such a great, initiative of the faculty themselves in some ways, participating so much in organizing this and in ensuring that you get the right kind of people to participate in this. I would also like to thank Dr. Biswajit Mishra, who's taken this on and has really put in so much of effort to see that we could get this going. And during a period in the year when nothing else, I can't say nothing else because lots of things are happening, but we would imagine that it's a slightly more freer time than most others. So I'm very happy that this is happening now. And I hope that all of you will take great advantage of these sessions and will benefit from it as much as possible. See, we want to see NEP is talking about impact-oriented education. So if we don't look at what is meant by that, when we say impact-oriented education, what do we mean by that? And I think that's where the crux of the matter is. So all the sessions have been designed to actually lead you towards that. What is that impact-oriented education? What is it that we are trying to do through this education? And Centurion is slightly different, as Sir has already pointed out, is that because we are a skills university, the focus is slightly different. And I think that's where we are heading. And I hope that as a first off, this is one, but more and more in the future, you will actually start looking at what kind of skills that you will want to acquire or competencies that you would want to acquire. And that's what we would focus on. So I think with these few words, I don't want to also keep on because I have another session after this. So I hope we can all work towards ensuring that this FDP is a great success and that you all benefit the most out of it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your inspiring words. Now I would request Professor Bansidhar Majhi, sir, Vice Chancellor, VSSUT, Burla, to share some of his insights on this impact-oriented education themed faculty development program. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, good morning to all of you. Respected Professor Karmalkar, Director IT Bhubaneswar, Professor Nanda, Director Institutes of Physics, Madam Patnaik, the Vice Chancellors of the Centurion University, Pro Vice Chancellor, other dignitaries on the dais, and I'm seeing the enthusiastic faculty members from the CUTM from different campus. In fact, at the very outset, I beg my apology. I was to be there in person in the inaugural session, but I could not. And I have disappointed Madam Chakravarti, saying in the last minute, Madam, I will not be able to there because of some urgent assignments. I had to come back. I was in Bhubaneswar, in fact, but I could not. And it is, in fact, I had an opportunity to visit Centurion University in Bhubaneswar, and it was exciting to see the kind of activities being performed, the thrust being put on into the skill development for the students, various centers. And in fact, this particular program is another endeavor that CUTM is taking or organizing, impact-oriented education. In fact, when we talk about a faculty development program, why we talk faculty development program? Faculty needs to be reorient towards the teaching, learning, or imparting the different changes in the pedagogy from time to time. And as we are technologically advancing, we are moving towards multidisciplinary approach, interdisciplinary approach. As the onset of the NEP 2020, there are paradigm shift in the education or the quality of education to be imparted. The old methodology of imparting education, students doesn't happen anymore, and the audience, like the students to whom we are imparting education, have completely changed. Their IQ levels have different changes is coming. So when we want to bring these changes or adopt these changes, it is the faculty who actually brings all these things to be implemented in the institutions so that our quality in the education as well as the final product, the students who are coming, and they will make an impact in the society. So only when we want to make impact on when we want to make the impact on the society, we in fact have to go towards the impact-oriented education. And faculty is the prime focus in any educational institution. I strongly believe during my 30 years of experience and different institutional heads, faculty are the central focus point of any educational institutions because the whole institutions revolves around the faculty. You talk about teaching, learning, you talk about research, you talk about consultancy, you talk about sponsored projects, you talk about interaction with the parents, students, all stakeholders of the institutions. So when my faculty mass is quality, that is why the NEP 2020 also gives a lot of thrust on the quality faculty. So, and another thing is that when we are faculty by choice or faculty by profession or faculty by compulsion, whatever you talk about, but ultimately we are a faculty and a lot of responsibilities are bestowed on us. And unless we perform those responsibilities to the fullest extent, the motto of any educational institution is diluted. So I am very happy that this impact-oriented education 5 days program lined up with various experts having expertise in different teaching learning processes or multiple experiences in different places. They'll be deliberating on this particular issue. And we are in fact fortunate. It is my misfortune I could not be there. Professor Karmalkar, I have had interaction with in my earlier institution, and we are very closely associated with IIT Madras and Professor Karmalkar. He's a great researcher, great teacher, in fact, and have a lot of contributions to the IIT Madras fraternity. So I wish this in the later part of this, if you want to, in the pedagogy side, if some experience you want to share, or I'll be able to given an opportunity for half an hour or something, that I will be able to share some slides during my 30 years of experience, whatever I have gained out of this particular profession. I'll be happy. With this note, let me not take more time. Thank you very much. And I wish all the participants to have a fruitful deliberations. And also at the same time, I will say, you are all teachers. So whoever teacher, or whether I am myself or some other experts will share their experiences. It may not be said that these are all advices to us. It is a platform where you can share your experiences even, so that this program becomes more successful and all will be academically fruitful. Thank you very much. Thanks for inviting me to this particular occasion. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for highlighting the role of faculty in bringing the quality education in society and the importance of faculty in the society. Thank you so much. Now I would like to request Professor Karunakar Nanda, sir, Director, Institute of Physics, to share his input on this impact-oriented education. Sir, please.
So, good morning to all of you, those who are offline as well as online. Respected Professor Supriya Patnaik, Vice Chancellor, Century University, Professor Sripad Karmalkar, Director, IIT Bhubaneswar, Professor Banshidhar Majhi, Vice Chancellor, VSUD, Burla, Professor Vishwajit Misra, we are batchmate in Sambalpur University, and Professor KVD Prakash and my colleagues from the teaching fraternity. Before we lighten the lamp, Madam said that darkness cannot remove darkness. So who can remove darkness? That is Guru. It's a Sanskrit word. But the Gu means darkness and Ru means remover. So who removes darkness, that is Guru, and all of you are Guru, basically. But, when I see the, teaching fraternity, I remember always, like Dr. Abdul Kalam said, I think it's on September 5th, 2013. That if people remember him as a teacher, that will be the greatest or biggest honor for him. Actually. So you can imagine that, the power of a teacher. But when it comes to teaching, actually, I always wonder, like when I was, in UP school, at that time, the teacher said that 2 + 3 is equal to 5. And we learned that 2 + 3 is equal to 5. I don't know anybody or any teacher have told you that why you need this addition. Why you have to know that 2 + 3 is equal to 5, or 5 + 5 is equal to 10, or 10 + 10 is equal to 20. Why you should learn subtraction? Why should you learn multiplication? Why should we learn division? I don't remember that my teacher told me that you have to learn this for this purpose. This will be useful to you, useful in future. Nobody. And I don't think that any teacher does that. Same thing like Professor Majhi said, whether you are a teacher by choice or by compulsion or by any means. Okay, you are teachers. So how many of us really justify? I'm also a teacher. Before I joined here, I'm not teaching nowadays, but last 16 years I was teaching. So do you do justice? And that's how the oriented, the education is important. Oriented education means it's targeted education, right? So how many of us really do justify our profession? I'll give an example, say for example, like, we love cricket. Okay, Indian loves cricket. So that's why I'm taking the example. And when there will be a bad light, play is not possible. The umpire uses a device to see the intensity of the light. And it's simply a photo detector. Okay, when the light falls on the semiconductor, it's basically a semiconductor device. So when light falls, there will be increase in the current. And it is calibrated, and that gives you the light output. So if I'm teaching, say, for example, I gave this example because when I'm teaching the photo detection, then probably if I start with an example, that photo detector is used here, there, and all. Say smoke detector, there will be a photo detector. When you talk about the pulse meter, pulse oximeter, that also uses photo detectors. Then probably that will make the students take interest. That's how probably, one can think of that's my, belief. Just not go to the class and start, teaching photo detectors. So one should actually do, that's my suggestion. I mean, if you are doing the same practice, I think keep doing it. And also when I talk about teachers, okay, I must say that the people say that, okay, doctor, medicine is a noble profession and all, but I believe that teaching is a noble profession. Because if you say, for example, go to a doctor, the treatment you will receive depends on whether rich or poor. Same thing if you go to temple. If you are rich, you get a special entry. If you are poor, then you have to come in the long queue. But a teacher imparts the same knowledge who is sitting in the class. He cannot distinguish or cannot differentiate whether the student is a poor, he's come from a poor background or rich background. So he imparts the same knowledge. So I believe that, you are all in the noble profession. Coming back to the FDP, and FDP, if I understand, that is for the upskill. So basically, you have to learn, because the technology is changing now and then. Now we are talk about LED lighting. But if I go back, the first incandescent bulb, so probably my generation has seen all the three solid state lighting. One is the incandescent bulb, next the fluorescent tube, and then light emitting diodes. In 1904, the first incandescent bulb was commercialized. You must have heard about Edison bulb, but it was invented in 1879, but it took nearly 25 years to commercially full-fledged. So in 1904, the incandescent bulb was commercialized, and 1938, the fluorescent tube was commercialized. And if I look at like 1962 or so, the first LED was commercialized. And in the year 2002, the first white light emitting diode, which is used nowadays, that was commercialized. And the cost was really very high. It was like 80 pound. So 80 pound means around 7,000 Indian rupees. We can't think of. But now that the price has come down significantly, and the role of ours basically to convince the people that yes, that if you go to buy a incandescent bulb, it will cost 10 rupees. If you buy a fluorescent tube, it might cost 100 rupees or so, and LED can cost you probably 250 or so. But if you look at the cost in the beginning, when you were investing the first time, the cost will be much higher compared, in case of LED compared to the other two. But in long run, that LED will be much cheaper when it comes to the electricity. People will include the electricity bill and all. Same thing. Now, if people talk about BS6, 2017, we had BS4 model engine, but now we talk about BS6. But the cost also has gone up. As I was reading some newspaper, the cost has gone up to 90,000. So basically by 1 lakh or so. So in that case, should we go for it? So we should be actually first to understand what are the advantages with this BS6. I'm just giving an example. So if you are convinced that yes, there are advantages associated with the BS6 and it's no worth paying 1 lakh extra, then we should go for it. So who can convince this? First, we should be convinced. Then only we can convince others. So that's the reason I think program like this faculty development program will be of great use to all of us. So I hope, and I would like to thank the organizer for this program, and I hope we'll all be benefited, guys. So a lot of presentations by different experts in the next 3-4 days. So even though you have, I mean, if you are from Bhubaneswar, is fine. Otherwise, you have come from, different part of Odisha, and during Rath Yatra time, probably will be missing with your family. And if you have, of course, if you have come with your family, you will enjoy here also. But why I'm saying this, I have been invited on many faculty development program, and once it so happened that 2 of my classmates were there in the audience. I was the research person, and 2 of my friends, they were in the audience. And when they learned that, okay, I'm coming, so they are very much excited. And they shared their feelings about this FDP. Okay, we have come here. We are here for the past 15 days. We are away from our family. We have come here. Otherwise, if you don't come, you don't attend 2 courses, then we'll not get promotion. So that was the basically constraint for them, where by compulsion, not by choice, they were attending the FDB courses. So I was also happy because they are friends. So after so long time, we have met. And they came to me to the railway station to see me up. And then they asked me one thing, and that was surprised me. See, what are the questions you have asked? They are after the, each courses, there will be some exam. So I said, look, I have asked some questions. No, we don't want to know the questions. Just say ABCD. I mean, multiple choices questions. So you say that first question, whether it should be C or second question, it should be D or whatever. I say, suppose they change the questions or order. So the answer I got from them that they don't have brain. They will straightforward copy and paste your question. So they wanted to know B, C, D, A. Okay, without knowing the questions, they will simply tick B, C, D and all. So why I'm saying this, basically, they were there for last 15 days, but they were not serious basically. The university is conducting the program, is investing the money. We are coming from all the way from different places, but the teachers were not so serious. But they were friends, I couldn't say much. But this is the experience I wanted to share with you. So try to be serious. Okay, you will get a lot of things. And still, when I attend some courses or some seminar, I try to learn. So I was attending a lecture, and the speaker said, for an elephant, the distance is 1.2 kilometers, then for an ant, it will be more. It will not be 1.2 kilometers. I was stuck. throughout the lecture, I was just thinking about this issue. Say for an elephant, it is 1.2 kilometer, but for an ant, how it can be more? It may be 1.5, it may be 2 kilometers. So the lecture got over, I got the answer. But the rest of the class, I was thinking about the problems. Okay. If you have the answer, you can raise your hand if you know the answer. But it took maybe nearly 30 minutes for me to crack. It is very simple actually. So there are humps. Elephant can bypass the humps. They can go. But the ant has to cross the hump. So it's much longer for an ant. So there I learned something. So what I mean to say is that doesn't matter if it's relevant or irrelevant. Okay, if I know something new for a particular day, I say this is the day for me. Okay. So even though I see some parallel sessions are there, okay, so you may miss the other one, but believe me, these 4 or 5 days or whatever, you will learn some things and you will go with a good mindset, and hopefully my speech will also, encourage you to be a good teacher. And that is lacking actually. And that's the reason our, what is the tuition industry, or this, what is this industry called? Coaching industry. Okay. That is increasing day by day. It's a huge business actually. And that is because of the lack of good teachers. Okay. So with this, actually, I stop here. Thank you very much. Enjoy your stay here and, try to learn something.
Thank you so much, sir, for your inputs and for sharing the findings on imparting knowledge and showing the purpose of education, purpose of teaching. And such teaching has something to gain and something to impart to the people, right? So the absolute match with the today's themed FDP. Thank you so much, sir. I would now request Professor Sripad Karmalkar, who is the Director, IIT Bhubaneswar, to share some of his insights on this impact-oriented education and enlighten us with more inputs. Thank you, sir. So over to you.
First, I want to know how many of the faculty here from outside Odisha. Please raise your hands. Okay, there are a few, but otherwise most of you are from Odisha. So, from my name, you can probably figure out that I am not an Odia. I have been here for the last 7 months. I am trying to become a part of the Odia population and culture. So I must start by invoking Jagannath, right? So I should say Jai Jagannath to start with. Particularly when the Ratha Yatra is right here. So let me start with that. Now, impact oriented education. Now, is it that teachers from whom we learned didn't make an impact? Okay, no, we've always had good teachers and so on. Then what is the difference between, say, 30 years back or maybe 40 years back when we were students and now? So some of what we are doing in such faculty development programs is old wine in new bottles. Some of, definitely. But there is some new wine also. So let's look at what is the new wine. What are the new things? as compared to say 4 decades back. So let's take the word impact. How do you define impact? This is the first important question we should answer. Some years ago, I think it was Narayan Murthy, but the person who said this, name of the person doesn't matter, but I'm saying to place the context. He said that 60 to 70% of engineers, right, are they don't have the required skills for doing engineering after their bachelor's program, right? Now, this statement can be considered as an index of how you measure impact. See, the impact is measured not as much by the rating the students give you at the end of your course. This is a very important point we need to discuss. How do you measure impact? Because if every teacher is clear about it, then the teacher will try to develop in such a way as to increase the impact. So one of the things that has gained prevalence now as compared to 40 years ago is giving importance to the rating given by students to the teachers. Now, unfortunately, that is only a soft indicator. It is not a hard indicator of impact. So hard indicator of impact is what this person Narayan Murthy has said, who employs the engineers and then gives them tasks and then tries to see what is the performance of the people on the task. So we should be clear that performance on task is the measure of impact and not what the students tell you at the end of the course, how good a teacher you are. First important point. So now we need to discuss this further. What is the difference between 4 decades ago and now? So one thing, let me start with some simple things which have changed. Use of PowerPoint. 40 years ago, there was no PowerPoint, but some teachers did use slides. Okay, but otherwise, mostly it was blackboard and chalk and board teaching. So the tool has changed. Another important difference is online teaching. No such thing was there 40 years ago, online teaching. So we need to learn how to make impact through online teaching. If I discuss this point a little further, how do you engage students in online teaching? How to check whether your students are engaged in online teaching? So we need to know this. What is happening is people are taking to new tools without understanding how they should be used. For example, I do not know how many of you have come across this kind of an article, Death by PowerPoint. That if you use PowerPoint in your teaching, then your students will not learn. Now, the correct fact is that you must know how to use the PowerPoint. If you put all the information in a slide and show the slide at once with all that information, then first impact on the student is dazed. Student is dazed because you are suddenly seeing so much information. Whereas in a chalk and board teaching, what happens is you write. So the idea that is being written out, it unfolds gradually, giving time to the student to absorb. But if you do not use PowerPoint, then you might end up losing time in at times when you have to repeat the same diagram or the same idea again and again. So PowerPoint comes as an advantage there. It allows you to repeat ideas and reinforce. So in the beginning, you can use a board to introduce an idea, but when you have to repeat it a number of times to improve the reinforce and improve the impact, you can use the PowerPoint. Second, you should not put all the information in the PowerPoint at once. Just like what happens in a blackboard, line by line, the slides should unfold. Okay, so first bullet point is put first, then that is discussed. Then you put the next bullet point in the slide. Not all 6 or 7 bullet points at once. And then you might say that I have a cursor, I'll focus on the particular point. No, what happens is for the student, it is not only that point, but many other points which are kept there, which are distracting. So these are some important things on how to use the tool. Now I have just 20 minutes, so I'm just focusing on what is the meaning of impact in the modern context. Online teaching. How do you know the students are engaged with you or not? There are ways and means of doing this. For example, you can divide, let's say you are addressing a class of 60 students. You can divide these 60 students into groups of 4 beforehand, and all the students should know the group number. Now, when you are teaching, you can ask a group at random to turn on their videos. For example, I start teaching, I say group 4. So all the 4 students of that group should turn on their videos. And then I go on teaching. Maybe after 5 minutes, I say group 10. Right? So group 4 turns off the videos, group 10 turns on. So this is one important approach to ensure student engagement. Another thing is that the student should be asked to take notes in online teaching and upload their notes immediately after the class, within 5 minutes, at some link or website. And you should have a teaching assistant who will just go through these notes to see that something reasonable has been written out and not scribbled. So I can go on. I'm just trying to tell you that in modern days, some good tools have come which can improve the impact, provided you use them properly. Okay. One more thing that has changed is a lot of research has been done on learning. Until many years ago, this research used to be, the results of this research used to be exchanged only in conferences in which researchers on psychology attended. It never flowed down to a normal classroom or an average classroom, the research on learning. Now efforts are being made to transfer these things which were available only in journals on psychology to an average classroom. So what is that? What are those pieces of research? One, research has shown that lecture is not the best method to impart learning. It has been established beyond doubt. Lecture in which a monologue, which is what is going on now, right? I am just speaking and you are listening to me. This is actually not the best method. Research shows that a teacher shouldn't speak continuously for more than 10 to 12 minutes. After every 10 to 12 minutes, there should be a pause during which you can either throw a question at the students, you can give them an activity, or you can involve them in discussion. The role of activities and discussions in deepening the learning has been established beyond doubt. And therefore, a class that is based on the research on modern pedagogy is interactive rather than a monologue. So what are the various kinds of activities you can give to the students? A lot of research has happened there. So you want to improve the impact, you should have access to those. What are the various kinds of activities you can give, independent of the subject? Whatever I'm talking about is not dependent on the subject you teach. It is about pedagogy, how you teach. Another thing that has research has shown is the quality of problems you pose has a strong impact on learning. So the teacher should spend sufficient time in designing good problems. That is why you have areas like problem-based learning and all coming up. How to design good problems. If a faculty development program doesn't change the kind of problems you set for students, in effect, no change in learning will happen. This is important. So I have been to various institutions for review as a part of review team. And where the institutions are now showing that they're complying with modern pedagogy. However, when I look at the question papers, when I ask them to show, please show me the question papers of your various subjects, you find the question papers have not changed at all. They are the same as 40 years ago. So this is an example of old wine, a new bottle. So what is a new bottle? So you see the question paper, against every question will be written, this is critical thinking level question, this is application level question. Because now, modern pedagogy, faculty development program, people are being taught about levels of thinking. There's another very important change that has happened, that all teachers are being introduced to various levels of thinking, memory level thinking, application level thinking, critical thinking, and so on. But what is happening is the teachers do not have actually understanding of what is the difference between an application level thinking and memory level thinking. When do you say that it is critical thinking and not application level? So because of a lack of understanding of these levels of thinking, the kind of question paper doesn't change. So what does the faculty development program say? It says that, you know, your question paper should have 15% on critical thinking, 60% application level, and remaining at memory level. Okay. So people are trying to comply with this by arbitrarily putting, 15% of the question papers you calculate, it will be shown in bracket critical thinking level. The question has not changed. It doesn't test critical thinking. Okay. So one of the things you want to improve your impact, you should have a deep understanding of levels of thinking and how to set questions at various levels of thinking. If teachers do this, definitely the quality of product, that is the students, will change. Another thing is learner diversity. It has always been recognized that different students learn in different ways. It is not only about their ability to think, but the style of thinking. For example, it has been found, research has shown, that majority of learners learn better through diagrams. So a teacher should use diagrams to introduce concepts. And this is where creativity comes, apart from setting questions and so on. Okay. So how can I come up with a diagram to introduce a concept? Then it has been found that while fraction of students learn better in the inductive approach, where you introduce a specific idea and then show its connection to a big picture. Introduce a specific idea and show connection to the big picture. While many students learn better if you do it this way, there are many other students who cannot get motivated to learn an idea unless you tell the big picture first. Why this particular idea is important? You have to develop motivation. Therefore, it is suggested that multiple ways should be done, multiple ways should be used to teach the same concept. Big picture to specific, as well as specific to the big picture. Multiple ways should be used. Now, evidently, if you want to use all these techniques, that is, have activities and discussions rather than monologue, tell teach a concept in multiple ways and so on, a question arises, then how will you cover the syllabus? Now, this is one of the problems of teaching through modern pedagogical methods. So, in fact, it has been suggested, and all the people who have done research on pedagogy are highly critical of the amount of syllabus that the learner has to absorb. They have said, it is an illusion for a teacher to think that I have taught so much. Actually, not much of it is grasped. So, modern pedagogy suggests to reduce the amount of syllabus in order to accommodate these various methods of imparting learning. So I have shared a few ideas, and I hope you find them useful. I would have liked maybe a question or two, but I think we don't have time for that. Okay. If anyone has because I said there has to be some interaction, so I have to also follow that. Right? Yes, sir, please.
Department of School of Management.
Okay.
How we measure the impact in connection with whether it is a pedagogy or any impact related to the concepts you are throwing?
So as I said, performance on task. So impact is measured by, so you present a problem and see how the student responds. And as I mentioned to you, when you set the problem, you know at what level of thinking it is. So suppose, for example, you set a question paper where 40% is memory level, another 50% is application level, 10% is critical thinking level. Now you see how the student responds. Maybe if you find the student does all the 40% of memory level correctly, some 50% of the application level, I mean 50 marks for application level, out of which 50%, 25, and doesn't do critical thinking, then you know that the student has not learned the concept so as to able to think critically in real life problems related to this. Actual impact is measured. Actual impact is how does the person solve real life problem? Let's be clear about it. How does a person solve real life problem? That is the measure of the impact. This is the correct thing. But then what happens is that supposing you are teaching a first year BTech student. Now the student will do BTech and then join some, let's take job, and then maybe it will take 3-4 years to know how the person is actually solving real life problems in that job. So to measure this, it may take 8 to 10 years for a teacher, right? Therefore, but we should remember that is a correct measure of the impact. When I'm teaching, I should know that. But I need some other measures because I want to, get some feedback on whether I'm doing properly or not. Should I change my ways? So that is where I'm saying it depends on the quality of questions you pose and the performance of the student on those questions. Okay. So that is the way you should measure impact. Another way you can measure impact is see how your student performs in a later course taught by some other teacher. Suppose you are a person teaching physics in the first semester. Later on, there is a course in electrical engineering which uses a lot of physics concepts. How does the student perform in that course? That is a measure of the impact of our teaching. And in fact, I'll close with this because you asked an important question. Head of the Department of Mathematics in Stanford University published an article because he did the study about this. And he said that he found something interesting. A large number of students were taught a basic mathematics course by several teachers in parallel. It happens. Suppose you want to teach 500 students, same course. So you can't have one teacher teaching. So you'll divide maybe them into 10 teachers, each teaching 50 students. And what he found was that in the teachers who got a higher rating from students about their teaching, these students actually performed somewhat lower in a later course, which was based on this particular course, than teachers who got a somewhat lower rating because they were strict and they made students work, right? They perform better. So that is why we have to use this measurement of impact is a critical thing. What the student says has a value because it reflects the feeling. But performance in the task as well as the feeling of the student, both are important. And if there is a between the two, which should be given more importance, it is a performance. But you should see to it that the feeling is not too bad. It's not good to get rating of 6 or 6.5 out of 10 for a teacher and the student is performing well, because it may have other impact. Yeah, you are generating too much stress in the person. It may have some other impact. So that is why both should be considered, but performing the task should be given more importance and you should not use the rating given by students to grade or arrange the students, arrange the teachers and give awards and so on. This is actually not good. Doesn't promote good practices. Yeah, I think I should stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing with us your insight on usage of tools in education to leave a major impact on the receiver's mindset, which is very important in today's digital era. And also addressing the modern teaching challenges through various approaches, adopting modern pedagogy, involving the teachers in designing different processes or teaching learning processes. Also, you highlighted about the investment of teachers' time, effort in designing new teaching learning processes, and how the reflection of measuring the impact can be done through the next course of subjects and actions of the receivers. Thank you so much for this input. Now, the time has come to felicitate our guest. So I would request Honorable Vice Chancellor Madam to felicitate Professor Sripath Karmalkar, sir. Now I would request Pro Vice Chancellor, sir, to felicitate today's guest, Professor Karnakar Nanda, sir. Thank you. Now I would request Professor K.V.D. Prakash, Dean IQAC, Centurion University, to propose the vote of thanks of this event. Sir.
Very good morning to one and everyone, one and all. As we come to the end of this wonderful event, I would like to take a moment to express my immense gratitude to all of you gathered here today. Firstly, I would like to express our sincere thanks to all of the revered guests on dais who have taken time out of their busy schedule to share their valuable insights and knowledge with us. Your words have inspired and encouraged us to strive for success and helped us to see the world from a different perspective. I think, as I say this, I would like to add upon some of the points which our distinguished guests have said. Professor Supriya Patnaik, she was mentioning about the kind of importance in bringing skill and competency framework and the kind of university we are while we talk about the NEP 2020 in impacting the education. And we had Professor Bansidhar Majhi, who had also mentioned very clearly about the focus and the change to bring a greater thrust and impact. And the center point or the focus would be the faculty and the responsibility of a faculty and the ownership in discharging the responsibility in delivering the teaching and learning process. I think we also heard from Professor Karmakar Nanda, who mentioned about the discrimination not to be maintained with respect to students, may it be somebody from an economically backward or somebody from the front line or somebody being rich or somebody being poor, especially in those points. And also saying that, therefore, it is very important that getting it to the task and performance is of great importance so that the learning fosters within the child or the student or the participant or the learner. And I think we heard from Professor Karmakar also on the similar lines, but he started off talking about the old wine in the new bottle and the beautiful thing from back to basics. I think the most important point, if I have to cite what we understood, sir, is the real life kind of problems and solutions to the real life problems need to be connected. And the real life solutions, when you connect to the real life problems, I think the learning which the student is going to get is going to be far more greater. And that is what you talked about, the high impact education. And you also talked about impact as in what it stands and the importance of trying to bring that as a measure of impact rather than just impact, not from a short term, but from a long term perspective. Once the the student goes out into the industry or being able to impact the kind of performance he delivers in an organization. So with those kind of thoughts and also talking about the learner centric, where it is extremely important the learner being balanced more in terms of emotions and feelings, at the same time the task and performance which one has to deliver. Yes, sir, you are absolutely right. So I think we had all of the guests who were talking about in similar lines, and we had great insights and value coming in from each one of them as they speak. I would also like to thank, therefore, all the volunteers who work tirelessly behind the scenes to ensure this event runs smoothly. Without your dedication, this event would not have been possible. Lastly, I would like to thank all of you, our amazing faculty participants who are here, and those who have joined online, either from Parlakhimundi or from Balangir or from Raigada or from even Vijayanagaram. I think all of them also have been taking this active participation, and therefore we would like to thank for their enthusiasm and your enthusiasm too. Your eagerness to learn and engage has made this event a high or a great success. I would like to close by saying that it has been an honor and privilege to be a part of this event. Thank you once again for making this event a truly unforgettable experience. But lastly, would like to mention special thanks to our Pro Vice Chancellor for really getting his act together and putting it into the format and the way we're deliberating today. It's all because of him. And thanks to the tireless leadership of our organization, the President, the Vice President, and the Vice Chancellor for giving us all the time the support to think loud and do fearlessly and take steps, even inclusive of failures, before we get on to success. They're always behind us. And that is the great thing of this university. As I have served over several years, that's what I feel. And I repeat again from the heart and mind of mine. And thank you once again and wish you all the very best and have a wonderful time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Now we have come to an end of this first session, inaugural session of this FTP program. I would request all the faculty participant and even the delegates or dignitaries to take a tea break and assemble here before 12 noon. Thank you all.
ଏଇଠି ନାହିଁ ଉପରେ ଅଛି ନା ଉପରେ ଗୋଟେ ପଏଣ୍ଟ ଅଛି ନା ଓ ପ୍ରକୃତି କନେକ୍ଟେଡ
All right.
Hello. A warm welcome to the second session of Faculty Development Program. Teachers and teaching profession is the most respected profession and exhibit a great social responsibility towards community, as they are the architect of the future citizens. But as a society underwent changes and education become job-oriented, various dimensions were added to the teaching profession. And in order to maintain the dignity and high ideals in the profession, there has been a felt need of professionalism and code of ethics in teaching profession. The professional teaching standards highlight the improvements to be made in the profession of teaching to contribute to the country's progress. So the topic of the second session of this impact-oriented education themed FDP is absolutely in line with professionalism and ethics. We have with us Vice Chancellor Madam as a session resource person to talk about professionalism and ethics for the session. Ma'am, it's over to you.
Thank you, Shweta. I think some of you might have attended some of these sessions before that I've done. But however, there's a slightly different take on it this time. So you can see that it's not going to be the same. I keep trying to change things around quite often. Okay, you know, the morning we had during the inaugural session, some of the things kind of just very well fit into this session, what was being said in the morning. So while I kind of, as I was preparing for this for the last couple of days, I think, you know, when you talk about professionalism, it in some ways it has embedded within it ethics. It's not as if they're two different things. So you will see that sometimes when I come to talking about ethics, there's a lot of overlap of what I've spoken of already in ethics, in professionalism. So we'll take a look at that. And I kind of keep on saying in my last few years of experience, and some of you may have heard me tell you that one of the things that we lack is professionalism. We really lack professionalism. So I said, when we say we lack professionalism, I thought it's important to tell you what that means. Right? So that's why I thought that I'll take this opportunity and talk a little bit about what professionalism itself means, where it comes from, and so on. Okay. So I think what we need to understand is that there are two aspects to professionalism. One is a platform and the other is purpose. So you can come forward, you won't be able to see in that corner. Maybe you should sit on this side because there's a camera there. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. So there's a platform and there's a purpose. So the platform is a place from which you start a journey or a road to someplace else, right? So that's where you start from. So you need a platform. Each one of us requires a platform. And as a faculty, we all get that platform, right? We get that platform. You've just finished college, you've just finished a degree, you come and join here. So you get the platform. Now, what is more important is a purpose, right? So you have the platform, what you need is the purpose. So the purpose determines how far you may go on that journey, right? For whom it is undertaken and how meaningful it is, right? So what that means is that some may take a shorter journey. Some may decide to go for the long run. And some may decide just that I'm going to stay on the platform. I've got the platform, that's it. I don't need to do anything beyond that. But what is important is and I think that's why these FDPs become important, is that each one of us need to start thinking of the purpose. Right? So this is a write-up, but I'll go to the next slide, which I've tried to put it in a format like this. So where you have you can see purpose is on one end, platform is on the other end. So if you have a low platform and a low purpose, what happens? People are driven by sheer need to exist. Right? Yeah, I've got a job. I don't need to do anything else. I'm fine. I get at the end of the month, I get my salary. What do I need to do? I don't need to do anything. Yeah. So low platform, low purpose. Right? What happens at the end of the day? The management will wake up and say, oh, this person is not doing anything. Right? So let's either pull them up so that they do better, or say, look, go and find yourself something else. This is not the place for you. Right? And that's likely to happen in every organization. I'm not just talking about Centurion. Second is where you have high platform and low purpose. What is it? You get the driver of their existence is consumption. Right? Why is it consumption? So you want to see that you get more and more out of the platform, less and less out of your purpose. Right? So what I need to do is I'll always complain, oh, my salary is not enough, my perks are not enough. So it's always about the getting more out of the platform than out of any purpose. So it's only, oh, I have such a big family, I have to support them, this is not adequate. So all kinds of excuses to be able to increase on the consumption aspect and less on purpose. Then you have the high platform, low platform and high purpose. Low platform and high purpose. These are people who become startup entrepreneurs. Right? And they are idealist individuals who want to make a difference to society. So it doesn't matter what the platform is. I'm very high on purpose. I'm driven. I'm motivated. I'm very, I don't care what, oh, my needs are met. Why do I need more? That kind of a thing. But I'm driven. I have to do something. I have to change. I have to make a difference to the world. Right? So that is the one. And then you have the high platform and the high purpose. And those are the people who actually make greatest difference to the world. So they are very motivated, they are very everything, but they also want to be recognized for what it is that they do. So that is why the high platform as well. High platform and the high purpose. So, and I think it actually, when I was doing this, I thought, yeah, really, isn't that what it's all about? Isn't that what drives us as people? Isn't that what drives us as faculty? Isn't that what drives us as entrepreneurs? Why is it that, I'm a social scientist. I'm about going to retire in a few years' time. Why should I be thinking about an entrepreneurship? Right? So I'm very high on the purpose. Right? So that is where so you would want to stay in these bottom two quadrants, if anything. But there are a lot of people you can find, or you would place yourself in probably one of the top two as well. So you should strive to move to the bottom two, because you need to be high on purpose. Why is it that I'm doing what I'm doing? So he said, you could be here out of choice or out of compulsion. So if you're out here out of compulsion, you'll be in the top two. Right? If you're here out of choice, then you'll always see what's the best I can make of the platform. Right? So that is what we should strive for. Strive for this, getting this, achieving this. Each one of us should think on how we improve the purpose. The purpose in what it is that we do, but the purpose in life as well. Okay. See, there's always a call to change the platform. There's always a call to change the platform, but we may not hear it. Right? So you're here, oh, take care, I'm doing all right, I'm getting a pay, I'm at the end of the day, I'm able to take care of all my needs, but you're not really happy here. So there is a call, but we don't often hear it. Why? We're scared. Often there's fear. There's a lot of fear. It's my comfort zone. I feel very happy about being here. So this becomes a very challenging thing to hear, to listen to what it is that call for change of platform. Right? There are people who move from here to industry. There have been in the past. But mostly what you'll see is people who move from here to another academic institution. And that is not really a change of platform, because you're moving from one academic institution to the other. And that's also maybe also out of compulsion, not out of choice. So this is the kind of thing we need to understand. Then, see, obsessive love for a platform invariably reduces the power of hearing. Right? So sometimes I think, oh, I just love this place. It's just fantastic. So you don't want to listen. You're not hearing. You're not hearing what it is that you really want to do. Is this the place? It might be. It may not be. It might be exactly the place you should be to get what you want to do. So that's also a possibility, but you should always be open to hearing. And that's what is the main thing. And the last one was quite interesting. Destiny does not leave a voice message. Right? So we all say that we are destined to do this. Who says? Do you have a voice message? Right? You're not destined to do anything. You sometimes you kind of create your own destiny, isn't it? So one needs to be very careful, when we kind of use these statements very easily and very fluidly. Okay. So what does this mean? A true professional has an uplifting purpose that takes him or her beyond earning a living to making a difference in life. And I think each one of us, that's why I keep on saying, 10, 11 years ago, we talked about what should be the tagline of the university. Shaping lives, empowering communities. Right? If each one of you can make a difference to a few lives, even to one life, and you're able to record it, document it, and say, look, this is what I did. And in many ways, we are trying to do that. So if you have a scholarship portal, somebody says, okay, I want to support a student, it has to be documented somewhere. Right? So shaping lives, empowering communities. What can you do? You may, I recall this when we had the IFS trainees. One of them, after they went to Gopalpur and they saw what they'd done, he said, I would like to do something like this for my village. I want to do something for my village, so that kind of thinking that it brought about. And I think that's what is important. So that having that purpose, and all of us should determine what that purpose is for us. Otherwise, we'll just sail through life, just on the platform. It's great. And around defining the purpose and pursuing it is a lot of fear. So you have to overcome all that. You have to overcome all that. So this is the actual theory behind it. Dates back to 1175 AD to 1225, to the Latin word professio, which means an oath taken up entering a religious order. So you can see that what they're trying to say is that, oh, it's an oath. I'm entering a religious order. This is what I will do. This is what I have undertaken to do. So that's where it comes from. And what are the qualities that make someone a true professional? And these are just 3 listed here. There are many more, but the 3 listed here are important because some of them we really don't want to do. The first one, ability to work unsupervised. Most people, I want somebody to tell me what I should do. I want somebody to see whether I've done it right or wrong. Right? So you want all the time to be, I know it's kind of, it's a no-win kind of a situation. Because you say you don't want to be monitored, but in many ways you want to be monitored. So this is the kind of thing which is ability to work unsupervised. How many of us, think of it yourself. I don't want to say, think of it yourself. How many of us will take a task, will undertake, I am volunteering to do this task, and I do it independently without asking anybody or, and then eventually, oh, fine, I will ask people because I want to know, I want to make it as comprehensive as possible. So I'll ask people, but that is also working unsupervised. I will choose a group of people who I think are representative of the community, who can support that and who can then work on it. So that is ability to work unsupervised. Ability to certify the completion of a job or task. And I think this is one of the most difficult things I've seen, where nobody is willing to sign off. Okay, this task is complete. This task is over. Right? I've been assigned a task, it is over. It just keeps on dwindling to the last dregs and nobody kind of does anything. Then somebody has to take it on and say, okay, let me sign it off. So usually it is the buck ends here. The American president has on his wall, it says the buck ends here because everybody is passing the buck. Right? So the buck ends here. So even in my case, I kind of say the buck ends here. Because at the end of the day, I have to say, yes, it's okay. Nobody is confident enough to say that, yes, this is a final product. I'm happy with it. Let's go with it. Confidence. Confidence, but it's not just confidence, it's much more than that. Because it's also having mastery over the topic. It's, the subject, it's having competence. All these kinds of things. And the last one, ability to behave with integrity at all times. Can I just start? I had asked some time back, saying, what is integrity? Anybody can recall? We use the word very easily, very often. Ability to behave with integrity at all times. What is integrity? Interaction, sirs, ma'ams. I'm no stranger. You all talk to me individually, so why not now? What is integrity? Yeah. Honesty. One way of looking at it. Dedication to do the job. Suppose, I give this example very often. I give this example and I ask, I have this boy who works in my house. I keep telling this, I give this example very often. One day I told him, I said, you lied. About something, I said, you lied. For 3 days, he was sulking. For 3 days, he was sulking. I went finally and asked him, I said, why are you sulking? He says, because I've never lied in my life. And you told me I lied. So what is that? Is that honesty? Yeah, it's integrity. So what does that integrity mean there? I was challenging his integrity. I was questioning his integrity. What is integrity there? Right? Yeah, sit down, sit down. You don't have to stand. Right, doing right or wrong in his own way. Yeah, yeah. Just 1 second, 1 second. She's answering. If you are listening, if you are waiting for that, then you'll never do anything in your life. What people think of you. You know, I'll always be very careful what people think of me in terms of principles. Huh? Sticking strictly to one's own morals. Yeah. Somebody at the back there. I can't hear you. Can you come forward? Right. Okay. Yes. Right. 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 So the law people, you have some definition for it? Integrity? So if you look at a, yes, ma'am.
Profession is a teamwork.
It is?
Professional member means teamwork. And we should behave like this. All member equally behave all member to integrate them to complete the given work.
Okay, so in some ways, all of you have addressed it a little bit. If you look at the dictionary definition of it, it says a strong adherence to a set of rules or moral principles, right? Strong adherence. So if I adhere to a set of rules, if I believe that I should not cheat, then your integrity means that you should not cheat in any circumstance. It doesn't mean that I will not copy in the exam, but I will go without a helmet and pay 100 rupees fine. Right? So under any circumstances, if you have a strong adherence to a set of principles, then you will stick to those principles under any circumstances. And that is the integrity. Behave with integrity at all times. You see, what does that do for an organization? And I think that's what is important. It's not just about individually somebody behaving in an integrated manner, which is with integrity, but what does it do to an organization? See, it means that somebody will speak good of the organization within the organization. When they go out, they will speak good about the organization. You know, it's not like, okay, I say, oh, Centurion is a great place. The moment I go out of the gate, I say, rubbish. You know, this is the kind of thing. That's why integrity is important for any organization. I'm not talking about just Centurion, for any organization. It is just so important that people have integrity. You have a set of moral rules that you adhere to. Look at the way publication is done. I kind of keep on saying, to tell you the truth, this is what I say. NAAC should remove the criteria of publication. This is my view now. Because the way it is going, you can get something published in the best journal paying money. What's the point? Are you really encouraging a faculty to do what they're good at? What they should be doing? You know, this is the kind of thing we all need to think about. We all need to debate, and we all need to very carefully think about. Now, I tell you so many things, you may think some things that don't happen that way. But one thing I'll tell you, the other day I was in a meeting, we were talking about, and I've been hearing this debate for a very long time. I was in a meeting where UGC was addressing the vice chancellors of all private universities. Okay. And one of the things they said, which really got my ears perked up, they said, we are no longer going to refer to universities as private universities and government universities. They're all universities. And I have heard this debate happening for a very long time. So I said, it has changed. It has moved. The needle has moved. But the fact now remains is whether they're going to use the same parameters for grants and other resources. But since the needle has moved, you can expect that there'll be a needle movement further. And I think that's what we as a university, as an organization, you keep saying what you think. It's not as if it falls on deaf ears. Somewhere, sometimes it is heard and things move. And I think that's what is important. Why I'm saying this is I would like any of you to come and tell any of the senior management, what do you think? No, ma'am, what you're doing, this is not right. I think you can do it like this. Fine. We're all very open people. We are here to listen to suggestions. And that's what I said. If you want the betterment of the organization, if you have integrity and loyalty towards the organization, then that's what you would be doing. All of you. Right? Because we all together want Centurion to grow. And I'm just using Centurion as an organization, but it could be anybody else. Any organization you're with. Okay, these are some of the additional qualities for a professional. So if self-aware and is not afraid to admit when he or she is wrong, ask for help or refuse to do something that does not align with his or her values or goals. I think it's very important, that we actually, and this is what I keep on saying, that often we are scared to admit that we are wrong. We're scared. And I always give this example again. One person I have read so much of his works, and I always think, never hesitated for a moment to say, I'm sorry. Can anybody guess who it was? Huh? Correct. Gandhi. The moment he said something, if somebody pointed out or if he realized it was wrong, he would immediately say, I'm sorry. So I think that is those are some of the characteristics that if we can imbibe from people, I think that would be a great thing. Why is it that we always feel hesitant about saying we're sorry? Is it so much ego? Is there so much of an ego that, we can't let go of our position? I am right. Under any circumstances, I am right. That is the kind of. Then has a long view of time. She or he understands that the profession is not limited to a particular job or organization, but spans the entirety of the 45 years or of the. So don't think of tomorrow. I say this very often because nowadays when I have especially faculty come up to me and say, ma'am, we are leaving. And I say, what is it about? Is it money? That's the first thing I ask. Is it the money? And a lot of them say yes. And I have actually managed to convince, and Prakash also, I must tell you, we've managed to convince people that it's not always about money. And money will come, just wait. Give it some time. You have to decide whether this is the place you want to work in. So that is the kind of thing that you have to be very, very clear about. So have a long view of time. You have 40 odd years of working life. What is it that you want to make out of it? I feel very envious when I hear this morning, somebody saying that he has got 100 odd publications. It really makes me feel very envious. Because first of all, in my last job, I was never allowed to publish. And in this job, I never have the time to publish. But still, I do publish, but much lesser than I would like to. But just imagine, so you have to have that long view of time. Second, Shiri evolves, embraces the new challenges that each phase of career brings and adapts to changes in his or her life, company, industry, or culture. And I think this is what is very important, that we don't see ourselves as, okay, this is what I am. Because if that is what you are, then the organization expects also you, and you should also expect some amount of flexibility from yourself. So that it's very important that you adapt. And every organization has its own culture. And you go in to an organization, please, again, if you want to ask me, if you really want to go into another organization, first understand what organization that you're trying to get into. Understand that well before you jump in. Because you will have to decide, is that the place I want to be in? Right? So it's very important. Comfortable dealing with things he or she is not trained for. And I think this is a very important thing, because especially at Centurion, because in Centurion, suddenly you'll have somebody like DN sir saying, you have to do this, right? You don't have no idea what it's all about, right? Rukmini, all of you are there. Suddenly you have to do this. I have been also put in that position a few times. You have to do this. So I think it's important to recognize that yes, there is a time frame to everything. You have to do it, but you can also take time to learn it. But then don't always keep saying that I am learning forever. That is the other thing I see. Some people say, I'm learning it. But how long will you take to learn it? You can't take forever. Right? So that is an important aspect also that we need to. And to understand the imperatives of our global economy. I think this is very important. You know why? I'll tell you, yesterday I was listening to a podcast by our foreign minister, Mr. Jaishankar. I don't know if any of you have heard any of his podcasts. I would recommend them highly. A very, very interesting podcast. But one of the things he was saying was that, this government, the way it looks at it, it doesn't look like, he was talking about how the person was asking him about what advice would you give young people and their parents nowadays? Because everybody wants to send their child overseas. Even in our times it was there, even now it is there. So he says, look, even then it was there, even now it is there. But now the way of looking at it is a different thing. You have to think of it as a global marketplace, right? And people are going, they're doing a job for a few years, they're coming back. And they're going again. And they're doing something else somewhere else, and they're coming back. So the nature of things have changed and they become very fluid. So I think that's what we need to understand, that we all understand what are the imperatives of the global economy and what are we training our students for. Right? We are training them for that global economy. So that thing we need to understand. We are not just doing them for Odisha, for India, for the IT industry, for this thing, that thing. I recall I had a friend a long time back when I was in school. He was much older, but he was doing something he did a course in speech therapy. Okay. Now, what would you imagine somebody who's done a course in speech therapy doing? He'll become a speech therapist, right? Now, several years later, I got in touch with him. I said, what are you doing? He says, I'm working with Infosys. Oh, not Infosys. What one of those big things in the US. Microsoft. He's working with Microsoft. I said, what are you doing with Microsoft? He says, I'm developing software for the hearing impaired. Right? So they're just going, just pushing the boundaries. The disciplinary boundaries are just being pushed. And I think that's why you keep on saying, you keep on hearing everybody talk. Can we have an interdisciplinary domain? Right? That's the one of the things. Why? I can think, I keep on thinking, there was a call for proposals recently, and I was working on it, and I said, what is this all about? There was something they said, one of the thematic areas is digital humanities. So I said, humanities, digital. I said, let me first of all look what it is all about. So I went and I looked up digital humanities. But there's a lot of collaboration that is possible between humanities and computer science. Lot of collaboration which is possible. I was just listening to Mr. Dr. Karmalkar this morning, and I was thinking the kinds of work, learning he was talking about and all that. You know, we can, so many things that can be studied on the basis of that. You know, the students, their learning, you know. I keep on saying we don't research ourselves enough. I don't know if some of you saw that article which came out by some people in some researchers in US, which was talking about students in Indian IITs, I think, and their movement to US and that kind of thing. So what is their view? And I said, look, they are coming and they're doing work on our students' research, but we are not doing enough work. And I know that we are sitting on a minefield of data and research possibilities at Centurion. We are really sitting on a hell of a lot of it, but we are not doing enough. So these are top 10 attributes. As you can see, the top is integrity. Then there is commitment and ownership. A lot of it, they go all hand in hand with each other. Then there is action orientation and goal seeking. That is the purpose. We talked about purpose. Continuous learning. And we know now that they keep talking about lifelong learning. And in relation to that, I want to ask if I can do a degree in law. Skill professional knowledge. Skill professional knowledge. Communication. Planning, organizing, and punctuality. Now, you'll see a lot of this come up again when we talk about ethics. So I'm not getting into a lot of detail here. Quality of work. So again, I said, when you're talking about signing off something, you know, why can't you sign it off? Because you're not confident about the quality of that work. You're not confident. I tell you, last few days, I was having this big issue. I was trying to resolve it because two people were complaining. This man is giving something, a document in draft form. That person is saying, why can't he say it's the final document? You know, this went on and on, backwards and forward, backwards and forward. I was trying to understand why he was asking that he should give a final document and why this guy was refusing to give it as a final document. So this thing went on and on. It was resolved finally. A positive attitude, approachability, and responsiveness. Again, I think this is a very important because, see, when we keep on talking, for example, one of the things we often say is the mentorship program in Centurion is one of the poorest. Right? Why? Why is it? Why is it that the mentorship program at Centurion is one of the, you know, just not getting anywhere, not achieving what it's setting out to? What is it about the mentorship program? Do you all think that, or is it only I who think that? I'm correct. Yeah. So you all agree. Okay. So if that is the case, why do you think it's not going anywhere? See, I don't expect each one of you to be counselors, right? You can't be, because it requires a certain technical skill. So the idea is not as if that mentorship means that you should be a good counselor. No. But even then, there are some basic requirements. Why are we not able to even do that? You know, what is my problem in asking a student, how many, you know, how are you doing in your studies? You know, you finished your semester. Did you pass all your exams? You know, where are you finding some difficulty? That's not counseling, but that's certainly mentoring. Right? So somewhere we are failing that. And why? Maybe people don't think it's very important. Maybe people don't think that it's important. And we see it as being the biggest gap, because we see that if mentoring is done well, we'll move to the next level. See, students need to understand that there is somebody for them when they need it. So that is the approachability, the responsiveness, and having a positive attitude to what it is that you do. So that is what is important. And finally, being an inspiring reference to others. Now, this, some will have it, some won't. Some can try and cultivate it, but you can be an inspiring reference to others, right? Even if it is just in your field. Okay. There are some top 10 attributes that you don't want to be in, right? You actually don't need to take photographs because I can pass on this presentation. So right. So missing a deadline. Missing a deadline. I am the biggest defaulter. I'm sorry to say, but I try, I'm unable to. Now I've tried to tell people, you give me the deadline, week earlier. So I know that I have a week in hand. Even if I'm late, because my deadlines are sometimes to write a 20-page document. So it's not going to be very easy. So I say, please do that. Give me enough time. All of you have to decide whether you are able to meet the deadlines or not. It just means sometimes that you have to stretch your days, stretch your nights to meet deadlines. But it doesn't have to be always. Once it becomes part of your habit, you learn to manage time better. And that's what it is. Can we say that we effectively, productively use our 8 hours on campus? Can each one of us say that to ourselves? So it means that we need to manage our time better. So if we can manage time better, then we'll probably be able to meet all these deadlines that we set for ourselves or that the organization sets for us. Failing to be forthright. And this is always a bit of a problem. I have found poor communication. Sometimes I also ask, when I send an email, I said, I get some real strange responses. Then I said, am I such a poor communicator? Then I go back and read what I've written. And I say, what triggered this response? Right? So you realize every time you have to look at your communication through different lenses. So you have to be much more. The second one I think is much more important, and that is being regressive. I find a lot of people, instead of being proactive, are actually regressive. So I don't mind if they're not proactive, but when they become regressive, it's a big bit of problem. And I think that's what each one of us should try not to be, regressive. Then withholding information. Now, I put it there, but let me tell you, quite often I actually say it's a good trait to have. Withhold information. And it's not used in the same context. But sometimes I say, when you see that there is an incident where you feel like you have to lie, it's better to withhold information than to lie. Right? So, but in this context, withholding information is when you're working with a team and you're working with an organization and you are withholding information from that team, then it becomes a very big problem. It's a bit of an issue. And I've known people who are like that. They are not team players. They want to work on their own, which is fine. You tell me that I want to work on my own, but I will deliver this. Fine. No, they were not even willing to say that. So which becomes a problem then. Not respecting privacy of information or not respecting confidentiality. And I think this is the root cause. I keep on saying gossip den. Gossip. You know, and gossip is not just about withholding confidential information. Gossip is about maligning, it's about tweaking information, it's about giving your own twist to it, all that kind of thing. And a lot of that happens as well. So if you want to be truly a professional, then you should resist doing such things. You should not indulge in it. And I've seen people, you know, when something comes up like that, they say, look, let's not discuss. Let's not discuss this. Right? So that's very important. Not respecting need to know. Right? So you need to know only this much. Right? Whereas there are some people, and some of you might guess, who will want to probe into all the reasons behind something. Right? And you don't need to know. Right? Like, so sometimes you say that, look, just back off. You don't need to know. Right? Plagiarizing. Plagiarizing, I'm very sorry to say, it happens still a lot here. And I think my biggest problem is that when students' work is plagiarized by faculty, without any acknowledgement, when students' work is plagiarized, it creates a lot of problems. It questions the integrity of the person. It questions everything that you stand for. And I think it's important that people recognize this. You know, the other end is also happening. Let me tell you. I have my own student, okay, a PhD scholar, who published a paper, who took a lot of assistance from both me and another colleague of mine, took a lot of assistance. But when he published the paper, none of our names were there. It doesn't matter to me. But at the end of the day, you think that the people who also do this kind of thing. So it's important that we recognize these things as breaching the values of the organization, as breaching the personal values, as breaching integrity. And I think that's what is important to recognize. Passing the blame, I don't think needs explanation. Overstating qualifications and experience. I'll tell you an interesting incident. Yesterday, I was at another organization and I was having this chat with somebody who's a computer science person. So we were discussing about ChatGPT. And he said that one of the things he asked was that, who are the board members of this organization? His own organization. Who are the board members of this organization? He gets a list of names, none of whom are the board members. Right? Now, you can turn around and say, well, that is probably wrong. You know, ChatGPT has still not got it. I actually told him something else. I said, you better check whether these people have not said that they are a board member of your organization. Somewhere they may have claimed that they are the board members of your organization. Just check, because otherwise, how will it pick it up? So this misrepresentation happens a lot in every field. It's not just here, it happens a lot. It happens a lot at the time of getting into an organization. It happens a lot about, you know, like I was telling you about plagiarism, when your student's work is presented as yours, or, you know, that kind of thing. Then frequently changing jobs. I have to change that now. Because when we were doing it, we were said that it shows very poorly on your CV if you're frequently changing jobs. So we used to say that, okay, we have to stay in one organization for a substantial period of time. Today, they say that if you don't change your job, it goes against you. You have to show that you're doing things, improving, doing things differently, doing things better. So you have to keep changing your jobs. So maybe I should remove that. And finally, not taking care of your appearances. And we'll come to that again when we're talking about ethics, because it's absolutely critical, some of that. So now we'll, just as part of professionalism, I thought I should talk about three things. One is communication etiquette. And this is one thing, is that words are important, right? Do we all recognize that they're important? No, we don't think before we speak often. We don't think, we just speak, we just blabber out. So that's a very important thing, that words are important. So greeting people is essential and not subserviently. And you need to maintain eye contact also. Because I think that's very important, that quite often not maintaining eye contact is not appreciated by the person in front of you. You're talking to them and you're looking. Yes, no, but once you do it, it works. But the thing is, I always say this because it's about also how you greet the security guard. It's about how you greet the cleaning woman. It's about how you greet the person who serves you food. All these things matter. I mean, not just your junior as a faculty, but all the other people who provide services. And that will tell you something about what the organization culture is all about. Do not gossip, do not use slangs and abusive language. So that's very important. So now you'll come to a lot of do nots. And so do not badmouth the organization outside. Loyalty and integrity are important. Collaboration is important. Teamwork. Now, this I find is again problematic. And I would like, like, for example, I will just talk about this very briefly, but we decided that we would form a small group to do some research in social science. And it actually organically came about. These 3-4 people are working on it, so let us form the group. Right? And now, okay, if people want to come and be part of it, okay, more the merrier. We're not going to, it's not as if we're stopping people, but it should grow like that, where people work as teams, because these are things which cannot work. It's not the work of one person. So unless you learn to work in teams, unless you learn to help each other, okay, I'm good at something, somebody else is better at something else. So let us come together and let us do it. Positive attitude is important. And here I'd like to say, quite often, don't be reactive. And this is one thing which I have always said, and I always say this because one or the other person has taken one lesson from me. And this is one thing which I don't know how many of you would know Dipankar Bhattacharya, because a lot of you are new, but Dipankar always told me this. He says, ma'am, this is one lesson I've learned from you. And I said, what is that? He said, you always told me, don't reply to an email when you're angry. Don't reply to an email when you're angry. He says, it just changed everything. Ever since I took that advice, it changed everything. Because otherwise I used to come immediately, I would write, I'm so angry, I'll see you an email, I'll immediately write. Then he said, I stopped doing that. It changed everything. So I think that anger also, no, when you ask yourself why you are angry, it ceases. So that's why I think it's very important that, and speak up in formal occasions rather than in informal contexts. And I think this is one thing that I always say, like when it's in informal context, often it becomes gossip. So why, when there are so many forums, why you can't talk in formal occasions? The same thing, you can just put it maybe a little differently, but say it on a formal occasion. There is no issue. Nobody is here to take it out on you or something. You have come here and you're here by your own rights, your own merits. Right? So that's one thing. Then the colonial language to be avoided. Unfortunately, I've not been able to get anybody to accept this. I still have people saying, Honorable VC ma'am, beg you to do this. I have not been able to get a lot of people to get out of that. Please, you should get out of it. Of course, I find it very embarrassing nowadays when I have to go and do that to the ambassadors who I now meet quite often, and I have to call them Your Excellency, so and so. And I think, my God, I'm sure this guy doesn't like it. Why am I having to call him Your Excellency? But it's so much part of the protocol. No? If you don't do it, it's bad. But here I'm telling you, please don't do it. Yeah, no, it's I think we need to get rid of some of this language, because we are, at the end of the day, we are equals as professionals. We are equals as professionals. So if you think in that term, then all this will go out the window. And it will make communication much easier if you think that way. We are equal as professionals. I feel very embarrassed. I'm doing it, but I feel very embarrassed. To tell you the truth, I feel embarrassed to the core. And sometimes I say, should I be saying His Excellency or Your Excellency or what? I keep on thinking, because somebody I hear saying His Excellency, somebody I said the right English is Your Excellency when I'm talking to him, not His Excellency. So, you really you're lost sometimes. But I think it's important to know that, and see, it translates not just in language, but it translates to our attitudes. Doesn't matter. I don't think they want to be distinguished. I don't want to be distinguished. When I go out, the other day I went out into this, after I think about 5 years, I went to that market building. And this lady looked at me and she says, ma'am, I think I've seen you somewhere. So I said, possibly. And we just went on. We went on talking. If I had told her that I'm so and so, she would have been so this thing. I told her, I said, I'm so happy you are an entrepreneur, you're a lady, you're an entrepreneur, you're managing this shop. She was so happy talking to me. If I had told her, maybe she wouldn't have been. So I think it's not everybody, and it doesn't matter in a professional meeting, people know who you are. But why should everybody know? Why should they know? So respected is an interesting word. Why I'm saying that is because obviously you have to give respect. I mean, that's the core of everything. The respect is at the core of everything. But so next I'll come to email etiquette. And one of the things you say is when you're addressing somebody, you should always have a salutation. So if you see me, I always write dear so-and-so. Always. No matter what. And I learned that in my previous organization, where it was not very common to write. They will write SP, like that. Not even common to write dear so-and-so. But I had a colleague who used to always do that. And, and in one occasion, and I learned that from her, but on one occasion, one of the senior bosses said, that's so nice of her. That's what made her stand out as a person, because she was the only one who always wrote dear so-and-so. Nobody else. I started doing that when I saw her doing it more often. But then I used to do that, but I saw the organizational culture was like that, so I stopped. But then I again started going back to it. So respected, usually when you look at somebody who you really respect, then it's important to say respected so and so. So I think the salutation is very, very important. It is part of the email culture and email etiquette. So learn to respect others, especially those below you. And I put it deliberately in inverted commas because there is nothing like below and above. But because we all in our minds have these hierarchies, and we have the hierarchical mind, so that's why I put it there. But there is nobody who's below or above. How much time do we have? Huh? Okay, we have enough time, yeah. Your profession especially. I think there will always be those who will push the boundaries. And then slowly it will start changing. It is not as if, like he said, okay, once they're all right, after that, they also feel uncomfortable. So they're starting to realize that. So I think there will be those who will push the boundaries. And I tell you, this honorable thing is also there everywhere in the world, especially for judges and things like that. But I have had friends who are judges in Australia, for example. My God, they have terrible lives. They can't mix with anybody. They can't do anything. It's really terrible. They're always under surveillance. But they also don't, outside of that, if they have a few friends, they don't want to be referred to as honorable or anything. They don't want to be referred. So it's an interesting thing. My sense is that it will change. It won't be very quick, but nothing happens quickly. But I think the younger generation of politicians also don't like it very much. If you see the younger generations of politicians, they don't like it very much. You see the AAP people, they don't like it. You see the young politicians in the other political parties, they don't like it. So I think things will change. But you're right, you still have to be part of that game until it's there. You still have to be. Like I said, I don't like it, but I still do His Excellency, Your Excellency. I still do all that. And sometimes protocol, sometimes I forget also. And then I feel, oh my God, so embarrassing. I forgot. Yes. Yeah, that's what he was saying. No, they don't feel good. No, see, especially the law. You see how long it took us to amend anything in the law. We are still following CRPC, I don't know from when. They're all the same things which are IPC or Evidence Act, all from pre-independence. We are just following the same things. It takes, those things are very difficult to change. So it will happen one fine day. Like if you remember, one thing I hear, and I find this really interesting, because the policy for drones in India was so regressive. Finally, Jyotiraditya Scindia came. He tore the whole thing and he sat and wrote it himself. Right? Today, it's not probably as progressive as it should be, but we are reaching somewhere. Now he's saying, why should we have even these licenses for that? He has said licenses for drone operators. Now everybody is asking, why do you have licenses? You just say you don't fly above a certain limit. That's it. So a lot of things you can think of which have happened because of one person sometimes. So the power of one is always there. Okay, this is about email etiquette. And email etiquette refers to the principles of behavior that one should use when writing or responding to emails. And again, you'll see that I have made some changes to this, again, because I've presented this in so many forums, but I've changed this. So you have to open, read, compose your mail. You have to be very professional when you're composing the mail. Don't make it very emotional, unless you are writing a personal email through your personal email to somebody. Proofread it. This is one thing that nobody ever does. After you have written an email, to actually go through it, see whether it's correct. I know, I proofread. Even after proofreading, I see sometimes there are mistakes. Okay. So it's an important thing that at least by and large, I've covered most of the errors. Because sometimes the way I see my errors are, because I have started constructing the sentence in some way, and then somewhere along the way, I've changed the construction. So I'm supposed to delete some words somewhere, which I have not. So when I proofread, I can do all that. So this is very important. Grammar, spell check, again, check recipients. This I want to tell time and again, please check recipients before you send. You know, what happens is, and this last year, there was a big incident in our PKD campus where two or three faculty were having a bit of a spat, and all the students were in the recipient group. So it was like washing your dirty linen in public. So you need to be very careful who are the recipients of an email, and whether they really need to be there, they don't need to be there. Because sometimes I get emails with so many recipients. I always check the recipient list and I say, why is this person here? I remove them when I respond. So that is kind, or I add somebody else for who I am responding to. So it's very important to do that. So it's important to use an effective subject line. If your subject line is good, then somebody is likely to read it. Sometimes you don't even read the emails because the subject line is something very boring. Or like if you see sometimes the students, the entire text will be in the subject line. No, students, the entire text will be in the subject line. I always start the message with a salutation. So I said, dear Mr. So-and-so, or respected so-and-so. Then make the message crisp and clear. What is the purpose? Numbering your points, politeness, readability. All these things are important to consider when you're writing an email. Then drafting the message in paragraphs. Again, very important. You know, my emails are usually very brief, but when I do write a slightly longer email, I make sure that I have paragraphs. So it's important. It just makes it so much more readable, more structured. What is it that you're trying to say? So that kind of thing. Thanking the receiver. Again, very important because see, it's often we don't acknowledge somebody for what they are. You know, suppose I'm writing a message to somebody who I'm asking for their views on something. So I can say, I really value what your contribution to this, putting it up front, you know, because I think you are a specialist in this area. So I really value your contribution. So it's important to say, to give thanks to the receiver. And always a complimentary closing. Always make sure you have regards or thanking you sincerely, something like that. And finally, signing off. So that is what is the email. Now, I think you can go through this later on. These are do's and don'ts of an email, you know, little bit of some things which are not there here. For example, you avoid trying to resolve a conflict via email. I think that's very important. Don't ever try to resolve a conflict via email. You'll only create more confusion. You call the person, discuss it, sort it out. So there are some things you can just look at. Ready? କୁଆଡେ ଗଲା ମୁଁ କହିଲି ଆହୁରି ଥିଲା. Okay, so now we look at work ethics. So you'll see a lot of overlap. So this is work ethics is invisible employee behavior noticeable by its absence. This is a question that I ask of my students. Can anybody explain what that sentence means? Work ethics is an invisible employee behavior noticeable by its absence. So give an example. No, the noticeable by its absence is when you're not on time, that is when it will be noticed. So as long as you are coming on time, nobody will notice it. When you're not on time, it will be noticed. So that is a very clear example of what work ethic is. And it's an invisible employee behavior. And I think that's what I want to keep on stressing, because somebody will tell you, like, oh, ma'am, why are we having this biometric every day? Because otherwise there's no way of also figuring out who's coming, who's going, when, what, how, but strictly speaking, I wouldn't want that to happen. Because I would expect that your ethic should ensure that you would come on time. Because it doesn't happen, we have all these things. Right? So I have had people questioning me also, why do we have biometric? I say, I also give biometric. Why do I give it biometric? Not that I need to give, because I stay very long hours at the other end. Right? So I know that I don't have to give. But even then I give it because it's also to show, give it, set by example. Set an example. Right? I don't believe in it. I don't personally think that, but if everybody believed that, I would be happy to take it off. We know that even with that, there are people who run away in the afternoon. They come back when they feel like, just to put that the evening biometric. I know all that happens also. But it's at least some check. Right? And it's if you say that you are an ethical organization and you still have to do these kind of things, it doesn't feel very nice. Right? Ethics is a collection of values and behaviors which people feel are moral. Right? Positive work ethics is a collection of all values and actions that people feel are appropriate in the workplace. Now, there are strong occupational skills and good work ethics together establish good standards at work. So one thing is, what are we trying to do? We are trying to establish standards at work, right? And the standards at work don't come just from ethics, right? You have to have strong occupational skills as well. So you have to be good as a teacher. You have to be good at the skills you have, all those kinds of things, right? Now, এটা কিন্তু আপে আপে কিন্তু এটা ইটালিক হয়ে গেল মু তো ইটালিক করনতলি anyway 10 work ethic traits and performance standards. First one, punctuality. So what does that punctuality mean? It means that the organization can depend on you. So it increases the dependability and reliability of that person. It's not just about punctuality, right? Second, character. Effort and commitment to completing the work, honesty, and trustworthiness. Right? So these are all some of the offshoots of character. So when you talk about loyalty, what with it comes pride, honesty. Wrong is wrong even if everyone is doing it. Right is right even if no one is doing it. Do we all believe that? Do we practice it? You do? Huh? No, that's very nice. That's what I kept thinking about it when I wrote. I kept thinking about it myself. Do I adhere to it? Huh? It depends. Of course it depends. But that's why it becomes so important. No, not anyone said that it depends. You're the first one who's saying, they're all saying yes. Yes. Yes, it is not yes. It's not always, you can't completely adhere to that statement. You try, but you can't always and completely adhere to it. Right? Never lie on your application timesheets or expense statements. Can everybody claim that they have never done that? COVID timesheets. Can everybody claim that they never said anything wrong on it? No. No. So that's why it's not always possible. Never cheat clients. Trustworthiness. Again, like punctuality, it increases dependability and reliability. Initiative. People with initiative are motivated, enthusiastic, industrious, and hardworking beyond the call of duty. Right? So there might be everybody may claim I'm all those things, but I'm all those things only to do my duty. Right? So this is my job description. I'm doing all those things to meet my job description. But when somebody asks you, do this piece of work, it is absolutely critical for the organization. Have you gone out to do that? That is what is important beyond the call of duty. Self-discipline and self-responsibility. It's about making the right choices when you have alternatives posed before you. Self-discipline and self-responsibility. Right? It's making the right choices. Again, when you have alternatives posed before you. So sometimes, do we do that? So I can't claim that I make the right choices always, because sometimes I have so much of work, and then I have somebody coming and saying, ma'am, we are celebrating in that temple, please come. And I still go. I know it's not making the right choice because I have so much of work, but still I do that because people matter. People matter. So you have to think which of these is more important for you. For you, for the organization, for everything. Teamwork. Right? It makes the dream work. I like that sentence too. I always talk about the shared dream. Right? If you have the shared dream, you have to make the dream work, then it's through teamwork. Appearance. I'm sorry I had to even write that. But I actually thought it was important to write it. Practice personal hygiene. Appearance is important. I still see people coming with slippers. I still see that. And it always amazes me that people can do that when coming to an organization they're working in. But always. And it makes it even more difficult when you have to go and represent the organization before somebody else. And that's why I hope people take this seriously. Attitude. Again, demonstrate a positive attitude. Attitude is a magnet, right? What you think is what you attract. I like that sentence too. What you think is what you attract. So if you're positive, you attract the positive. Accept constructive criticism. And this I find very, very problematic at Century and at any place actually. Because first of all, people don't know how to give constructive criticism. Secondly, nobody wants to accept constructive criticism. And I think that's always a problem. That constructive criticism, I don't know, maybe we can have a session just on constructive criticism, how, like the director of IIT was saying, is you collect some things and, we have that kind of thing. It's very important that we understand what it means to give constructive criticism and how to accept it. All of us let our egos get in the way. Set realistic goals. Gratitude is the best attitude. Right? Do we thank people enough? Do we thank people at all? Right? It's very interesting. I saw a meme yesterday which talked about this, somebody going asking these young people, who do you talk to about this new phone you want to buy? Right? So somebody says, my father, somebody says, my friend, then the next question was about some new technology. And they said, my teacher, my colleagues, some smart person in my classroom, everything they went on saying. And some 5 or 6 questions they asked, nobody mentioned the mother. And when they went back and asked, why you didn't mention your mother? My mother doesn't know. My mother doesn't know. And then they actually, if you look at it now, some of the biggest inventions, including the design of the Mahindra Thor, is by a woman. So, the fact remains that women are excelling in so many things and nobody thinks of asking their mother anything. So, gratitude. No gratitude for anything. Gratitude is the best attitude. Appear self-confident, but please be willing to learn new skills. So, you should not be so self-confident that you say, I know it all, which is what happens most often with all of us. Sometimes I think lifelong learning or continuous learning is a myth. Because nobody wants to. I know it all. I see it always amongst our faculty. I know it all. Okay, productivity. Again, one of the main aspects of ethics at the workplace. You follow directions and procedures. You observe established policies. Right? So it's very important that you do look at what are the policies that the organization has. See, if you're doing some kind of production, it might be important to see what are the policies of safety, for example. It's very important. Or you're running a creche, for example. What do I need to take care of? Right? So these are the kinds of things that is very important. Do not waste. Again, productivity do not waste is a very important aspect. How do we use the last bit in everything that we do? Stay on task and use time constructively, because this is what is, I think this is the last one. No, there's one more. Organizational skills. Again, demonstrate flexibility, develop time management skills. Then, as you can see, I told you there'll be some overlap. So in ethics also you have communication, because communication is such an intrinsic part of ethics in the workplace. What you say has such a great impact. So communication is so important. Accurate information, you should have accurate information, good non-verbal skills, right? Good listening skills. Again, I told you that listening, constructive criticism is not something people can take. Listening skills are just not there. And good technology skills. So these are some of the aspects that you need to have in terms of communication. Then cooperation. Cooperation again is teamwork. So cooperation, that's why I didn't write anything more. And again, sir, it comes back, the last word is respect. If you do not have respect for the other, then personally, I think that you can only go that far. Right? So respect is such a critical aspect of your personal growth as well. Thank you. Any questions? Yes, there are two already. No, you are right. You're absolutely right. Actually, I didn't make that link. So I'm glad you brought it in. See, you're right. We have to be examples, needless to say. But there was a time when we actually said, and this is a problem because it's a problem because we don't do it ourselves, right? So if I tell my faculty that if you see a boy or a girl in the class who's not wearing proper footwear, ask them to go out of the class, put it on and come back. Okay, if they're hostelers, go and put it on and come back. If they're day scholars, then they never do it. They never do it. If you do that 3, 4 times, 5 times, people will know. Aise nahi karne se, I will not be allowed. And at the end of the day, you're right. It is see, I teach ethics, say for example. What I didn't talk about is actually the theories of it. Now, there are many ways that they've been presented. But again, one of the ways of looking at whole of the entire ethics is a very utilitarian approach, right? So if you have a use value for something, only then it's ethical. So a lot of people actually believe in that. And I present all the approaches so that they can see the difference and they can make a choice. But today's world forces them to look at it like that. And they're all just focused on that. So when we are talking about an impactful education, then we have to set the example, whether it is in the way we appear, whether it is in our beliefs, what is it that we convey, and what is it that we teach as well. Because if you're not doing, if you're not doing justice, like somebody said, if you're not doing justice to the student, I think Professor Karmalkar said in the morning, they're coming here for that. And if you're not doing justice to the student, then you're failing. So that you have to do everything to ensure, see, we can do all this and we can tell you some ways to do it. But at the end of the day, it is a teacher who has to implement it in the classroom. And the teacher who has to be very aware of what it is they're doing and how it is that they're doing it. Because I think sometimes, like I was at one point, I said, oh, this is something I intuitively do, right? I intuitively in my class, every third slide I stop, I ask a question. Okay, that's something I intuitively do. And it works. So you know that, okay, since it's worked, I'll do that always. Right. But how many people actually very consciously do those kind of things is what has to be done. See. And only then it can be, you can make it work. One last question. Yeah. No, see, I agree with you. This cognitive dissonance is a problem. But one of the things when I teach my subject, and there's actually a very good video if you want to look at it on ethics in the workplace. And one of the things to say at the end of it is to say that at the end of the day, being ethical is voluntary. See, the law is mandated, but being ethical is voluntary, right? You can't be penalized for it. So unless it is, you know, like even that would, you are penalized because it's part of the law. If somebody goes and kills somebody, I don't believe in killing somebody. That is my ethics, right? But somebody goes and kills, if you don't look at only from that perspective, no, but the law will say, okay, I've done something wrong. So that's mandated. When it is voluntary, you're always bound to find these kind of differences. You know, not everybody, you will have a Duryodhan, you will also have an Arjuna. You know, so you will have everyone who is saying a different thing. And at the end of the day, you know, sometimes I ask myself also. See, for example, I talked about, you know, if you say you won't cheat, say, for example, I will not cheat in the exam. I will not, you know, break the rules, I will obey the laws. I will obey all contracts. Okay. I will, now, I'm not sure that I'm doing that because I'm signing off on so many things, but I'm not sure that I'm doing that. But I know that for an organization, this contract is important, right? So there are a lot of issues which, when it comes to that, so I think that very broadly speaking, I'm an ethical person, but when you start getting down to the nitty-gritties of it all, you will find that there are elements where you have no control, or apparently it seems you have no control. You probably would have, if I had probably gone into the depths of it, found out, you know, what is this agreement I'm signing with this bank? What is that I'm signing with that? You know, I don't have that time and patience. So then I say, okay, in good faith, I just sign it off. So these are the kinds of things which are always going to be there. And I'm talking about me, but each one of you will have some instance that actually challenges you. What is it that I should be doing under these circumstances? Or how is it that I should behave under these circumstances? All I'm trying to say is that in the classroom, in the workplace, if this is what you're going to look at, then these are the kind of parameters under which you function, right? So you can't, in a classroom, when you're talking to students, you can't say that Duryodhan said this, so I'm going to do that. You know, I can't afford to say that. Which one? Purpose. See, if you ask me, it should be applicable to all organizations. But the thing is, why people enter government? They are only thinking of the platform. They don't think of the purpose at all. So that is why. But it should apply to every organization. Whoever thinks, only one fellow thinks that, okay, today I have joined. In the next 35 years, I should be chief secretary. You know, that person will at least be thinking a little bit of how will I, you know, maintain some kind of purpose in what I do. Otherwise, whoever in government, whoever thinks. Who told you they would have led very comfortable lives there? Today, I think, anyway, I shouldn't be making these kind of general sweeping or statements, because government, see, if government, if they were not functioning, then we wouldn't have the whatever governance we have. Okay. So you shouldn't be making such sweeping statements. After all, there are people who work, but no doubt that where government is concerned, the platform is what plays a major role. It is the platform which plays a major role. And somebody who's leaving, it often makes me wonder, why would somebody qualify, be a topper in IIT and then apply for the civil services? Of course, why would they want to do that? You ask that question. Yeah. No, nothing wrong with that, but they'll have no purpose. That's all I'm saying. You have no purpose. If I have an obsessive love for platform, then, I'm very happy with what I get. And what happens, you ask anybody who enters government, what is it that they're looking at? That I've got a job which is secure. Okay. That I get a regular pay, which is better than anybody else's. And finally, that I get a pension, which nobody else gets. So that, that is the obsessive love for a platform. That's fine, which is okay. I am not saying that, somebody shouldn't have that. But the thing is, if I were in that place, I would say, what is my purpose? Do I really want to be there? And you see nowadays people who are leaving the civil services left, right, and center. They're leaving because they're seeing no purpose. That girl who's doing pearls, yeah, she's left. So there are people who are taking because they see that there's that dissonance between platform and purpose. So anyway, I think we can have this conversation on the sidelines. Thank you all for this wonderful session and for this interaction more than anything else. Thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for sharing your insight, and definitely all of us would agree to the conversation. Yes, sir. To the conversation we had during the session. Striving for placing ourselves on the bottom of the platform and purpose quadrant, and developing an ability to be unsupervised. That is what I learned from the session. And it's very important for all of us. I think it would be really beneficial for all of us to follow, implement in our life. Also, we had a clear idea, though it was there with us, but it has very prominently conversed to all of us that how do we develop such top 10 attributes to be professional? And what are the top 10 attributes to show us being unprofessional as well? So the two sides of being professional and unprofessional. And the linkage of the work ethics and the performance benchmark we place ourselves, or we create for ourselves. So this is what I think the professional learning, what we learned from the session. And I truly professionally agree that we should always strive for placing ourselves in the bottom of the platform and purpose quadrant. And once we start doing it, I think we would all achieve the dream work which we intend to achieve. Thank you all for your patient hearing the session. And we are expected to assemble here at 2:30 p.m. after the lunch. Thank you.
South. Yeah, that was South.
पूर्ण ତାଙ୍କର ବିଜୟ ଲଗ ସକାଳୁ କେତେ ଆମର ଆଗ ପ୍ରାୟ କାମ କରୁଥିଲା ନା ତାଙ୍କର କଣ ପ୍ରୋବ୍ଲେମ ଥିଲା ଏମିତି ଆମେ ଆଉ ଭିତରେ ମଗାଇବୁ ତମେ ବିଜୟରେ ଏବେ ଲଗେଇଛ ବିଜୟରେ ତ ତମ ଗ୍ରାଫିକ୍ସ କାର୍ଡ ଲଗେଇଛ ନା ଗ୍ରାଫିକ୍ସ କାର୍ଡ କଣ
ऑफिस का
आज ये कर दियो तापर ग्राफिक्स कार्ड चेंज करी रखा रूम सेम ग्राफिक्स कार्ड कौन आते देखिए